Hello, my name is Dejan. Thank you for viewing my video. In this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to make a fighting game in Unity 3D. We'll be installing Unity, setting up our project with the MonoDevelop or Visual Studios. Loading our assets from Unity Asset Stores for the scene and the assets. Putting together our level for our fighting scene. Setting up the player controller with a position and animations, hit colliders and scripts to receive and take damage. Then we'll be setting up our HUD to display the player's health and the enemy's health, a timer for the match, as well as both players' names. Then we'll be setting up our AI enemy with the animations and scripting to respond to the player actions, as well as take damage and receive damage. Then we'll be setting up our network system to allow the player to be spawned into the scene. After making the AI, we'll be making the main menu scene to transition to the fighting scene using the start and quit buttons. Then we'll be finishing it all up with setting up our UI for a restart for the match. At the end of the match, you'll have a pop-up menu that'll say restart or quit. So let's jump into it. Welcome. Let's start to install Unity. We're going to be going for our personal version of Unity. We're going to be downloading it for our Windows. You can also do the Unity Hub now. It's a little process they try to make it easier to download your Unity version. We're just going to agree to the terms and hit next. There'll be a bunch of different build versions that you'll want to go through. I've noticed I put Android, iOS TV, the Mac, the Windows, so I can have different versions of the build to put on different platforms. Alright, I'm not going to go through the process fully because I already have Unity installed. I'll be putting in the 2019.108. I'll be setting up my fighting scene. Put it in a folder and also put in my project name. I'm going to put in my Brawler game folder. And I'm going to set the project name as, I'll say, let's go with fighting game. I just have to load the project. Now we have Unity up. And we're going to be heading to our asset store. And we're gonna get our scene, and we're gonna get our characters. Let's first get our characters for the scene. Their characters project will be on our Fighting Motion Volume 1. And then you're just gonna have to download it, but I already have it downloaded, so I'm gonna have to just import it into my project. It's the whole asset in general is just already pre-made fighting characters, but the animation's already there for it, so it makes it a little bit easier. But if you want, you can just go like to something like Blender or Maya. You can rig it up yourself, or if you have an account with Adobe, you can use something like Maximo that already has preloaded animations and automatic rigging system. That makes it easier. And then we're gonna set up our low poly street pack for our scene. It brings like bridges, roads, and streets, and trees, and a bunch of different street props. I'm gonna be uploading this package. Okay, and we have this going in our scene. Hello and welcome to session 2. We'll be starting to set up our scene for our level. Let's get in our low poly street pack, and we're gonna start our base for the scene. So I'm gonna try to get the road cross to be the beginning part for the scene. So I'm going to change the X value to 4.76 and the Y value to -0.31 and bring it over with the Z. I'm going to add a end piece to it, and I'm going to match up the Y value to the base. Hello everyone, welcome to my video. And we're going to be working on the character controller and the scripting. So let's remove the character controller so we can add our custom physics to it. Okay, and let's get our castle collider in there. Okay, and we're gonna adjust it a little bit to the character. We don't want it too big, we don't want it too small either. We get a good distance between the characters, but we don't want them to be too far so they won't be able to hit each other properly. Okay. We're going to add our riggy body so we can have some gravity physics so it don't be floating. Bring the bottom piece up a little more. Okay. Now we're going to need to bring in our animation window and our animated window. Let's get the animation window first. Now let's get our animated window. Alright, animation, we're going to take all of them out, the original animations. We're going to put it in our own certain sets. But you can put any animation you want in there, depends on how you want the character to attack. And let's go into our Fighting Motion Volume 1 folder to get the animation for the character. We'll go to the FBX folder and then we'll go to the Move folder. And we'll place all those animations in there. There's going to be more animations we'll have to get from the FBX folder. Let's look at the animations real quick and see what we have. Okay. Let's get us animation that looks like we're receiving damage. Okay, get a blocking animation. And get an animation that shows when the player wins, he celebrates. Set up most of the attacks, dealing with the left attacks and the right attacks. also need our idle script. The idle script is going to be our default script. Well, animation, sorry. Let's put our animation around our idle script. Most all the animation is going to be, I'm going to try to put it in the idle script, and the general one's going to be all at the bottom. Like the left and right is going to be in their directions. Okay, so good so far. I have our left attacks, I have our right attacks. And a few we're going to take out because they have ones that don't really match together. Just clean it up a little bit. One more animation. So I'll bring in that right kick. Both walking animation beside each other. This makes it easy to get to them or know what they have. The taking damage and the blocking to the right corner. Let's set up our parameters for our transition. And first, let's get a bool, and we're gonna name it block. Get another bool, and we're gonna name it walk. And one for walking back. we're gonna make a trigger for left punch. And another trigger for left kick. And we need one for taking hits. You're gonna need a jump trigger. And you're gonna need a trigger for when the player get knocked out. Then we'll also need our floats for our health, set up our float for our opponent's health. Okay, now let's start connecting these animations together. So we're going to transition from kick back to idle and idle to kick. So we're going to put the conditions from idle to kick. So we're going to put the conditions of kick, trigger. Then we're going to connect two kick animations together to make a combo. So if the player gets kick and he gets kick at a certain amount of time, he'll do two kicking animations for a combo. So the character has to get kicked twice to get to the second animation. Okay, now we're gonna set our punches up the same way. Now we have to take off for both transition from idle. We're gonna take off the has exit time. And we're gonna change our conditions to right punch. But we have to first put our parameters for right punch and right kick. I'll put this with the other attack triggers. Set up our conditions. And change the block condition to right kick, sorry. And for the animations that go from the kick to the idle, we're going to leave those checked on has exit time. But the animation from idle to a certain attack will always have the has exit time checked off. And do the same for our punch. Take out the has exit time and put on right punch trigger, or the R punch trigger. And do the same for the second punch animation. I'm going to take the has exit time. The reason why you want to check off the has exit time is to basically, from one animation, it will, if you have the has exit time checked on, it wouldn't be able to change the transition without finishing the animation first. So you take off the has exit time so it can transition without having to finish the animation. So this animation, we're going to set up our take hit. And then we're going to set up our blocking animation. I might do the blocking. Put the condition for blocking. And it's going to be true. We're going to take off the has exit time. And for the blocking to idle, we're going to put it false. Okay, now we're going to do our walking. Idle, from walking to idle, and set false, and from idle to walking, we want to set walking true and take the has exit time. And do our walk back. Has exit time off, and we're gonna put walk back is true. I'm sorry, false, and then walk back is true for idle to walk. And this is going to be for our jump animation. I'm going to do jump trigger. I'm going to take the has exit time. Okay, take left punch and exit time off. And we're going to connect it to the second left punch. And the same here, and we're connected. Now we're going to connect to our win. We're going to keep the has exit time on this because we wanted to just finish there. And we're going to have it set for if the opponent health is less than 0.01, we'll do the win animation. Because we want it at the very end of a match that whatever opponent loses health to that a certain amount, we'll play the win animation. Now we're going to set our knockout to any state. Set it on our knockout trigger. The reason why we want it under any state is because when it gets to the very end of the match, depending on the state the character's in, you want it to still be able to transition directly to knockout. Okay, I think that wraps it up. We're going to start heading to our scripting part of the controller for the character. So let's make our scripting folder first. And we're going to add the scripts. The character. Add fighter. This will be the main script for the whole character in general. Okay, let's get started in our fighter script. We're going to put together coding for the player character and also the opponent character. We're going to make that public make a public player type for human and AI. So when you have one character, you can select them under the human control or the AI control. Make a public float. Max health. Equal that to 100. Another public float. We're gonna call that life. We're gonna equal that to our max health. So now life equals 100. You need to get a public string. Call the fighter name. Call public fighter for opponent. So let the script know what will be our opponent character or opponent object. So throughout all the scripts, we can basically reference it to the whatever we do to that object that we put in for opponent. Now we get public player type. Call it player. get a protected animator. Animator. I have a private Ricky body. My body equals a component. We're going to reference to the Ricky body. So on start, you'll get the Ricky body. We need to do the same for the animator. Making a public void update human input. This is going to handle the input for the character actions connected to the animator states. If statement, if input dot get access do horizontal, and this is going to be for our walk script. So if we want our horizontal axis to be greater than 0.1, we're going to have it set to the animator. Boom. But walk. Set it to true. Alright, do one for false. If it's not greater than 0.1 in the direction, then it's true. Not, it's false. And now we're going to do the same for the walk back. Try and turn that to negative 0.1. Then we do another if statement. Input that get key down. And we're gonna get key code dot u. And run set for one of the attack buttons. We need to call it innovator dot set trigger. I'm gonna put that for the right kick. It's kind of been pasted. I'm gonna use that a few times. Let's change this U. We're gonna do K. Get it for the left kick. Okay, now we're gonna get one of the punches. So we're gonna put this under I. Sorry for our right punch. And that's gonna be for our left punch. And we're gonna do J. It's gonna be for the J is gonna be for our right punch. Gonna make one for our jump trigger too. Set load. Have this represent health. Put it under life percent. I'm gonna do another statement. Select player equals player type that human. Do update human input. if opponent health. Opponent not able to know. Animator said float for opponent health. Opponent dot health. Sorry, life. Opponent dot life percent. Animator dot set float. Opponent health. That's their public 1%. Get and return life. Maximum health. Yeah, divide those two up. Public bring it back. Okay. Return. This. Bye bye. And I need to switch the negative horizontal to less instead of greater. Let's go into the character and change its fighting name to Blue Man. Let's see if it worked on the Blue Man. Okay. Good. I'm walking back. Kicks and punches. So the fire state, we're gonna basically have the state of player, another script called fighter state machine. Okay, now let's get into our fighter state. Check everything out. There. And public fighter state. Set our states for our character. Walk back. Jump. Okay. Win. Knockout. None. And that's it for fighter state. Now we'll go into our fighter state machine. Start setting that up. Public fighter state is behavior state. Public flow. Health. Set another public flow for horizontal force. And set another public flow for our vertical force. And these will be for to move either horizontally or move vertically. You would just have to set the functions up for it. Oh, I have to set the number up for it. Protected fighter and color fighter. Okay. Public override. Lady. State enter. And have this come to the animator. Animation state info. integer layer index, integer layer index. Divider equals no divider equals animator dot game object component component divider. Again, reference to the fighter script. The rigid body. So fighter dot body dot relative force. This is where we're gonna pick the position where we want the player to move. New vector is 0. Horizontal force. Vertical force 0. Make an override public void. State. State update. animator, animator state information, and the layer index. Fighter dot fighter dot body dot head of force and do a new vector 3. Set 0 0 horizontal force. And this allowed the player to move left to right. Check out fighter script. I'm gonna put a public fighter state, so now we can reference fighter state script. What do I call it? Current state. Equals fighter state. That jump. Fighter state dot idle. I'm gonna do fighter dot current state equals behavior state, and we need to change our mono behavior. Turn it to state behavior. Change it to state behavior. We're gonna add a fighter state machine to each animation. And we're gonna change state to attack for the attack animations. So we're just basically setting up the correct behaviors for each animation. Now with the walk, we're going to set the behavior to walk, but we're also going to set the horizontal force at 75. And for walk back, we're going to set it to walk back, and then we're going to change the horizontal force to negative 75. And for jump, and we're going to change the vertical force to 180. Yes. Set these to attack. go with that. Now we'll do our one. Yeah, check it out. You forget to put our opponent for our blue guy. Set up our red guy. Okay, our name will be Redman. Put the blue guy as its opponent. Put the red guy as the blue guy opponent. Check everything out. Okay, let's share it out. And go better. Up. And another step. I have to freeze up the rotation and the Z position so the player won't fall over. Okay, good. Walk. So walk back. Can attack. And I can jump. That's looking good. Gotta make our prefab folder. Put the main tree in there. Get a spear game object so we can make that into our hit collider. You can make a hit collider script. You want to put that in a hit collider. Bring this to the character fist. Resize it a bit. So it could be exactly around the player's fist. The reason why we want to make the hit collider a small object because we want each part of the hands, the left hand, the right hand, and the foot. When you use an attack, that certain part of the body will be attacking the character. Take damage because some parts may be a different damage output. Okay, I'm going to take out mesh renderer so you don't see hit collider mesh, and then we'll be putting this on the other part of the player's body. Also going to set this spear with the triggers on. So we'll go inside our blue guy. Hit collider on the right hand. Put it on the left hand. Break it down a bit. Now we have to put it on the feet. Okay. Pull up it. Looks looking good there. And we're going to duplicate the hit collider from the blue guy, and we're going to duplicate it, put it to the red guy. Alright, hands look good. Now we just have to fix the trigger to the feet. And bring it forward. Place the colliders in each part of the body. Right hand. Okay, now we'll get the left hand. You have the hit colliders on each part of the character. You're going to save our scene. Okay, now let's set up our hit controller script. We're going to do a public. You're going to get public string, punch name. Punch name will be putting up for what will name that exact hit collider. What will be on if it's right punch, left punch, or your left fist, right fist. At public float. Damage is where it will know what to put in for how much damage you want the hit collider to take. Public finisher, public fighter. Owner will be representing. He'll be representing who, right, the character that owns the hit collider. And when you have it on a certain character, you bring the player object into it. Now we just need to call it on the trigger enter. Where there's someone equals somebody equals other dot game object dot get component fighter. Go back into our fighter script. If life is less than or equal to 0, and current state that equals fighter state dot knockout. Call animator dot set trigger. Put in knockout. Attacking. Return current state equals fighter state dot attack. Get back into a hit collider state script. Call it public virtual void hurt float damage. If life is greater or equal to damage, life minus or equal to damage. This part of the script will allow us to start taking the damage when we get hit by that certain amount. Else life equals 0. Or if life is greater than 0, animator dot set trigger take hit. Okay, let's go back into hit collider. If owner dot attacking somebody equal no and somebody does not equal owner, somebody dot hurt damage. Let's go back in our fighter script. Okay, now we're gonna see where's all our scripts. Alright, look at our life. Okay. We have to go in our hit colliders. We have to input the damage amount and the name and owner. punch name. Left punch. Call this left kick. Gotta put our damage amount. Put the punch for 5. And the kick I'm gonna put as 7. Which we could. Because the kick's a little bit stronger than a punch. Okay, call this right punch. Damage would be 4. And let's put our red guy in there. Do our right kick. Put our red guy in there. Call this left punch. Damage has 5. And our blue guy. And we're just gonna be doing the same thing for the rest of the blue character. Now get to the kicks. Okay, I'm gonna save our scene. Let's check it out. Let's click on one of our characters to check their life to see if it's changing when we hit the head collider. Okay. It's affecting the right character. And the red man, life 0, and he does the knockdown animation. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's try it one more time. clear tooth down. Check to see what guys. Do the same for the red guy. The same value for the blue guy. Example collider. See what the red does. Okay, welcome to session 4. We're going to be making our UI folder so we can start making our HUD. First, we're going to work on getting our canvas going. As HUD. I'm going to make the background. Copy and paste it because one's going to be for the background for the health bar frame, and one will be the background for the timer. We're going to change one of the shapes to a more the source image to a knob shape. Stretch out our health bar. So I can label it. bar frame. You're going to work on changing the color for it too. It's a good color for it, for the frame of it. We're going to change the switch image to a background UI. Image type we're going to put as a slice. And we're going to take the fill center off. Then we're going to duplicate the background. Then we're going to shrink it a bit to go in the middle of it. We're going to make that health bar green. It'll look more like just a typical health bar. Okay, that looks good. Turn it over more. Nice. You gotta duplicate the bar one more time. This is gonna be for the frame for our player name. Gonna call it player name. changing our font style and the size of the player text to look a little better. And I'm gonna make another duplicate again. This time we're gonna make our mask for our bar. So if the bar goes outside the frame, you won't see it. So we add our mask. And we take the graphic, well, the mask graphics off. So you can't see the color or the background of the object, of the mask object. Let's put them all together. We're gonna put the bar with the mask. I'm gonna get an empty game object. Now with this empty game object, we're gonna call this health bar. And this is where we're gonna be adding the scroll bar script inside of our empty game object to be able to slide the image of the green health bar to either be smaller or bigger. Position it back. We're going to be putting our mask inside our health bar. Now we're going to change the rect transform. Change this. a left pivot. You're gonna take the health bar, and we'll bring it back to the center, right? Center pivot. And the mass will have a stretched pivot. Gotta make sure our screw bar is from left to right. We're gonna be increasing the size to 1. If you wanted to go down, you bring it back down to 0. You can change your direction for your bars or your image from the scroll bar, either left to right, right to left. Okay, now we're going to duplicate the bar and we're going to switch it to the other side. Adjust the bar a bit. Centering the texas to the middle, and you have to switch the right bar from going to left to right to left. Okay, that's looking good. Now let's change the color. Go to timer text. Sorry, the timer background. I'm going to change the timer text to 99. Adjust the size for it. Go ahead and change the bold and italic. I'm going to put a hit collider in our script folder. Let's save our scene. Now we're going to be making our script for our HUD. We call it HUD controller. We're going to make another one called battle controller. The battle controller is going to be mostly referencing the timer and also the player's life, dealing with the timer. You're going to create an empty game object, and that's where we're going to put our battle collider. Battle controller. Okay. We also put the HUD controller script into the HUD. Okay, have those two in there. Now let's start putting our codes in the scripts. Now we're gonna reference our fighter. And call it player 1. And we're gonna reference another fighter. It's called player 2. And this is where we're gonna drag the player prefabs into it, so the scripts will know what player is what. That's gonna be referencing from the fighter script. And I'm gonna make a public variable for the text. We're gonna have to set up our Unity Engine.ui. Change player 1 with a tag. Player 2 tag. And then we can add the public variable for the scroll bar. Call left bar. So we're going to do the same for the right bar. We want to reference the scroll bar so we can drag it in, so we can put the life bar size script for it, so I can minimize on the player's health. This part is going to be referencing to the battle controller. Public text. So wait for the timer. And we're going to reference to the public variable for the battle controller. We can call it battle. And you have the player 1 tag dot text equals player 1 dot fighter name. So the fighter name of the character prefab will be for the same tag for our player text. I'm going to do the same for player 2. Get an if value. If left bar dot size is greater and life percent, so player's life percent, left bar size minus equals 0.01. I'm going to do the same for the right bar. To the right. And we're going to change player 1 to player 2. Now let's get to powder controller. Let's get our powder controller. We're gonna do public fighter again to reference for player 1 and player 2. Do public integer for the round time. Do equals 99. Private float. Last time update equals 0. New public text. And it's going to be for the player 1 wins and player 2 wins. Okay. Copy this so we can do it for player 2. And make sure we have our Unity Engine UI. Now we're going to do our public bool where is game over. And we're going to need a public HUD controller to reference our HUD controller. We're going to call it HUD. Yeah, we're gonna do a private void and call it expired time. It's gonna contain if player 1 life is lower than player 2's, then we're gonna set player 1 life to 0 and vice versa for player 2. The player 1 dot life percent is greater than player 2. and player 2 equals 0. Else player 1 equals 0. If in round time is greater than 0 and time is time update greater than 1. Downtime would decrement, so subtract. If round time equals 0, then we're going to call expired time. This whole thing is just to make the text timer subtract or just go down. Player 1 dot 5% is less than or equal to 0, and we're gonna call player 2 wins, and we're gonna set it active. The reason why we have to set it active is because in the game you're gonna have to deactivate it from view, or you'll just see it throughout the whole game. So since we have to deactivate it, this will call on those texts. Okay, we're gonna get our bool back again. Alright, set is game equal to false. So as soon as the game starts, it'll be already false. About our round time if statement, we're gonna put, so if game is over, it equals true. there. If is game equals false, because we don't want it to equal true, or the game would be over. So long as is game is false, the runtime will still keep going. But we're gonna put if player 1 life percent is equal or less than 0, his game over is true. Okay, choose system 2. And player 1 will be activated. Okay, we're gonna save that. Okay, welcome to session 4.2. We're gonna be doing our second part to our HUD and about controller. This time we're gonna be putting together our objects in the right place to get our HUD working. Let's set up our text for the player winning. So the player 1 wins. Gonna center it. And change the name so we can see it in our hierarchy. Put a P1 text. We're gonna need to duplicate it for the second player. That 1 to a 2. Now we're going to change it to player 2 wins. I'm going to deactivate both of those so we can't see them during the game. Start putting our stuff in our script. Player 1 is the blue guy. We're going to put the red guy. I'm going to put in that red guy. Now I'm going to get our clear text. Put our names. Now we have to get our health bar. Can't get that because it's not a scroll. Doesn't have the scroll bar script in there. Have to bring in the health bar. And we have to do for the right bar frame too. Now we need to get our timer text. And then just bring in our battle controller. It's time to set up the battle controller. Okay. And we just need to add our win texts in there. And then we just add the HUD controller. Okay. Let's check out everything. Has the players' names on there. Okay, and it says player 1 wins. So I got our text working too. Now let's go back in our script because we got one more step to get the timer to change. Timer text dot text equals battle dot round time dot toString. Okay, I'm gonna save this. Now we should be able to change on our HUD. Let's play. Okay, and there we go. And we're gonna skip ahead so we can see if the expired time works. And player 2 wins. Okay, let's get started. Okay, we're gonna put our battle controller and our HUD controller in our UI folder. Now we're gonna make our AI animator for our red guy. Let's drag it into the animator for the red man. We're gonna start to add our parameters and do our health. Do the random. Blocking. Boom. Like invulnerable. Opponent attacking. We're gonna make a float for opponent health. And make it distant to the opponent. Make our take hit trigger. And a knockout trigger. You gotta make an enable. Okay. We're gonna go and put our animations into the AI animator controller. Set it up basically like we did for the player controller. And our idle. They're gonna organize it a little bit, just like we did for the previous controller. Gotta get our wing animation. We're gonna take damage animation. That should be good for all the animations we're gonna put in the animator. Okay, now we're gonna duplicate the idle state 2 times. So we're gonna turn those 2 idle states into far to target and close to target. So the AI animator will know if the player is at a certain distance from you. It'll be far or close, and it'll switch to it accordingly. Those there. Take has exit time off of the close target and the far target. And we're gonna put our distance to our opponent as greater. Sorry, less. And then 0 distance to opponent is less than 1.5. And opponent health is greater than 0.01. And let's change the transition duration. Move a little bit faster. Do the same for the idle to far target. Change our distance to the opponent is greater than 1.5, and put our health is greater than 0.01. for the far target, we're going to have the distance. If it's greater than that certain amount, it'll go to far target. If it's less, it'll go to close target. And we're going to set our fighting state machine script. So if it gets far target, it'll move forward and also jump to. And now we're gonna do our transition to our jump scene or jump animation. I call it jump forward. And change the vertical force to 180. As our distance to the opponent is greater than 1.5 for our condition. And we're going to set it to random. Distance 0.3. Now let's connect the left kicks. And for a walk. Like the time of those dream states. Conditions for random. Greater than 0.3. Random for 0.75. And the other random set for 0.8. Exit time off. I'm gonna set that to 0.75. Just to the opponent. Distance to the phone if it's less than 1.5. Set the distance to the point 1.5, and then we're going to put a random 0.3. Put the horizontal force at 75. Add our fighting state machine. Put it into attack for the state. Set attack for that state too. Change it to 0.1. Yeah, next time off there. If the opponent is attacking, which is true, we'll go to that state. Alright, set our random to 0.5. Opponent attacking as false. We'll go back to close target. Disconnect targets and our punches. Set our random greater than 0.6. Distance to the opponent is less 1.5. Get random for that. If it's greater than 0.75, 7-5 has exit times off. Double attacks. Distance an opponent is less than 1.5. And random 0.6. Random 0.75. Don't need that there. Put for any state for knockout state, and also or for our blocking. I mean taking it. Alright. I'm gonna connect our wood. Alright, condition for take hit, and also blocking as false. If we take a hit and it wasn't blocked, it would like go transition to that state of animation. Find the state machine. Set the behavior to take hit. Change that to attack. That's a win. Set that to knockout. Let's go in that script. Values for our AI. Private float. Random. The private float. And do a random set time. If opponent is attacking, opponent dot attacking. Look back is false. Animator. Alright, set. Boom. Block. Will equal true. Will be true. Paste the else script here. Paste the else part here. Put it block back is true. Put it animator dot set bool. Walk back is true. Animator dot set bool. Blocking is false. Set the bool for block to be false. Public void update AI input. That's what we did for the human input. Have our animator that set bool. copy that, paste it, make it a little easier. Change this to invulnerable. I'm going to change this one to enable. I'm going to change this to opponent.attacking. Animator.set pool. Animator.set float. Distance to opponent. Get distance to the opponent again. And do also update AI input. So if the player is not equal to a player type human, it'll be AI. And then river float. Get this into the opponent. I'm gonna need some math for this. Transform dot position dot x. And it's the opponent dot transformation. And it's the opponent dot transform dot position dot x. private. And call this blocking. And we'll return our current state equals fighter state dot defend defend. And we have to put our invulnerable in there. So depends on the certain action, the player or the opponent would be invulnerable from damages. But if the player is not invulnerable, either lose life when that certain action happens. Or rather, public vulnerable, we're gonna get current state equals fight state take hit. Or current state equals further state dot defend current state equals further state dot knockout. And those states will leave us invulnerable after that. And if blocking damage times equals 0.2. Okay. I think that's good so far. Now we need to also add our fix that too. So it's causing us an error. Hello everyone. Let's get to the second part of our AI. Okay. And turn player to our AI player. And let's see what it does. Okay. jump into the player, making a quick movement. Now let's transition to close target. It's coming closer to me again. Okay, we're gonna change that around a bit. We want him to move forward still. But jump back to 180. This to opponent less than 1.5. Walk is fine. Looks fine. Put that back to 50 to 180. The added a far target. And greater than 0.8. And it's greater than 0.75. Should be trying to attack. Random as 3.6. Actually, we need to fix that because that shouldn't be to close target. Should be going to idle A. And also, when jump from idle A to win. Fighters, see if there's anything. Let's see. If time dot time minus random set time is greater than 1. Random equals random dot value. Random. Set time. Equals time dot time. Okay, and that should belong us getting our random working for our tech. Animator dot set float random. And save it. Let's get back into our project. Change the opponent data tag to opponent underscore attacking. Okay. And let's see how it goes this time. Okay, it's kicking. He's attacking. Okay, he's attacking now. But he's not taking any damages from the player more. Okay, we gotta set that trigger equals. Let me trigger to 1. Okay. Okay, triggers on that one. Put the trigger on that. Let's check our blue guy just in case. Okay, put that one on. Put that on. Okay. That one's fine. Distance to the opponent is less than 1.5, and opponent health is greater than 0.1. Transition layer, distance opponent greater than 1.5, transition layer. Okay. And distance to opponent is less than 1.5, and no transition to the idle state. closed target. Okay, forget to set our walk to loop time. So when you hold it, it'll still move instead of staying in one place. And we'll do the same for our move backwards. And it's a constant loop. Okay, that looks a lot better for actually walking. Walk back, not forward. Okay. Okay, I think looking good. Now let's get our camera for fighting scene. Put it on our camera. Change our distance a little bit. See how that does. Alright, let's go to our camera script. Public transform, left player. Oh, we're going to call it left target. And call this right target. And a public float. Minimum distance. distance. Float distance between targets equals math left target dot position dot x minus right target dot position dot x times 2 another float center position equals left target dot position dot x plus right target dot position dot x divided by 2. And let's change our symbol. Okay. Now we're going to do transform dot position equals new vector 3 equals new vector 3 center position transform dot position dot y distance between the targets is greater than minimum distance. It's gonna be checking for is that true or not. Negative distance between the targets, negative minimum distance. Okay, and we're gonna save that. And take out that parentheses. Okay. So onto our main camera, and we're gonna put the guy for the left target and the red guy for the right target. Let's check it out. Okay, the closer we get, the camera's gonna scroll in. Okay, that's too close, so we're gonna change our minimum distance. A little more. Okay, I think that should be good. Now let's set that minimum distance. So now every time it starts, it's gonna reach that distance. Okay, everything's looking good now. session 6, we're going to be working on our network manager so we can have our player spawn in matchmaking. Let's go to we need to go inside, make an empty game object. We're going to call it network manager. Okay, now we're going to add network manager script, and we'll also add the network manager HUD script. Now we need to add a network identity to our player, and we're going to set him to local player authority, so they know it's a local player. Okay, now we're going to add our blue guy into our player prefab, so the network will know this is the player we want to spawn. There's other times you'll want to register spawnable prefabs in there, like if you have a gun, you can register the projectiles in there, and also the player itself, and also other players you will want the network to recognize. You need to go in that fighter script. And then we can change mono behavior to network behavior. Now we're gonna have to add our Unity Engine.networking. Let's get back into our project. Let's test it. We're gonna call the host. Spawn the two of us. Let's see what we did here. Back into the network manager. Oh, we have to take off our auto create player, where it will choose where it will spawn the player that we have in our prefab. So it will just spawn where you added before. Okay. And for if you have secondary players, you want the first player to choose the local host, and then the second one player will be the client. Okay, there we go. And that's it for the network. Now in this session, we're going to get started with our main menu and also our end result menu. Okay, let's set up our main menu script. And let's set up our end script. Call end UI. Okay, let's go to our HUD. Now we're gonna get an image. Adjust this a little bit. You're gonna change the color. Call it in background or BG. You're gonna put some buttons on there. You're gonna just do 2 for a rematch and then also quit. Change the color to blue. Do the same for the other button, so we can just duplicate it. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, we're gonna change the text to restart. Change this text to quit. I'm gonna change the style font and the size. controller. Let's move this over and line it up with the text so they won't overlap each other. Okay, let's deactivate both of those. Let's start a new scene, and we're gonna set up our main menu. This is gonna be our main menu scene. And we're gonna get image, and make a whole brand new canvas and look at the image. Okay. So line everything up so we're gonna be able to see our canvas. Don't match it. And bring it up. Just bring it back some. There we go. It's better. Okay, and then let's line up our background image. Okay, that's good. to the camera. Okay, that's that. Should be good. Now change back to perspective. Or keep it as perspective. Okay. Okay, we're gonna change it to PG in the background. And change the color to blue. Get change to a different color blue. I'm gonna get another image. And I think this color look good for it. And change the source image sprite to a UI sprite. And call it frame. Now make the buttons. Okay, just the buttons, birds. I'm gonna change the color. Let's call it start. Change the name of the text to start. And we're gonna need to duplicate that button. Let's change the name first to start button. And we break it down. I'm gonna call it quit button. Here's the color. Now we're gonna call the text bar quit, and then we're gonna change the text name to quit. I'm going to change the font. Change the font and the size for start. Okay. Okay, we're going to move the canvas name to main menu. Okay, everything's looking good. Let's change the frame a little more. That's a little more better detail to our menu. Change the order for that. And then change the color. Looks a lot better. Okay. Put that in our frame. Okay, put those frames in there. And drag our main menu script into the main menu object. Now let's go into our let's go to our fight scene. Go to our script for our NUI and menu.
Okay, we get public button, start button, and quit button. So we'll call up button public to drag in which button we want. Do button start equals start button get component button, and the same for the quit button. Then we do start dot on click add listeners. So we get our on click listeners for the start and the quit. And we're gonna make a void method for start game so we can load in this scene, and we'll put the name of our scene in there. And we're gonna do the same for the quit. We'll use application.quit. And that will just end the application completely. So we need our scene managers.load scene, and scene managers.get active scene by the name. So we'll get the name of the current scene. And we're gonna do all the same for our main menu. And now we're gonna go back into our NUI, and we're gonna switch it all around. Restart. Okay, now we're gonna go on our main menu, and we're gonna put our buttons in. Okay, and you hit start, take you to the scene. Alright, and let's go into our fighting scene. Okay. Now let's go to our battle controller, and we're gonna put in our restart and our quit button. Okay. Press the restart button, and we'll restart the game. Let's save. Let's deactivate our restart menu. Okay, now we go on the main menu and try it out again. And restart. And try it again. Okay. Okay. Let's see where is that. Calling on our restart menu. Hit a public game object and call it end. And copy and paste the player 2 wins object. and we're going to put end. So if the player 1 life% is less than or equal to 0, it will set the game object active, and the same for player 2. Just going to have battle controller, and then we're going to drag over our NUI. Now that should let us bring up the menu once the game is over. Okay, and now the menu has popped up. If we restart or quit, the quit won't work currently on the editor, but if you make a build, it'll quit the application. Okay, we're starting to work perfectly fine.